Hello, hello guys. Alright, patch day. Patch day. I'm gonna see if I can get armor. There is something new to play for me. That's great. Ditching waste new picture looks kinda strange. Let's try armor. Sorry, let me just tweet out that I'm actually live here. Also, this is now my first stream with my new keyboard that hopefully won't be double pressing and screwing me anymore. Oh. Connecting. Unfortunate. I'm guessing Julio did not want to play support. Fair enough. Excuse me. Let's hope I get solo again, because now the priority role system has been added, and with everyone being the same MMR, I guess, there isn't really like anyone that has priority yet. Everyone is at 4K now that was above the 4K mark, so no one gets role priority right now technically, because everyone is the same. Are you in the elite queue? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to tell the difference. I am at 4K, but it was still just called rank conquest. I couldn't see a different queue to Q4, so I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be a different queue that gets unlocked or whatever when you're above 4K, but it might not be available yet considering the patch just came online. Like, I'm surprised ranked is even available. Usually patches, kind of close ranked for like, what is it, like 30 minutes or whatever before it actually goes live, so I have no idea. Modred. I mean, I have to try Ama. I have to. I don't think she wins against Mordred early, though. I think Mordred probably still takes that. But I have no idea. I don't actually know how good Ama is early. All I know is she scales very heavily off intelligence. Her 2 scales more of intelligence than strength. Like, she might be a Giga Hybrid in terms of what you want to build on her. Like, her heal on the 1 scales of intelligence, as well as the dash scales a little bit of intelligence, I believe. I actually forgot about the old. I'm not sure about the old. But hopefully she feels good to play. That's the most important thing. I also need to check out her skins. Is my mic peaking? No, it's good. I imagine Fenrir has also kind of risen to a very high position of the picks and bans, because he wasn't untouched compared to a lot of the OP stuff. Cool. Very cool. I remember seeing that. Also decent. Yeah, her skins are good. They're good. Oh, I guess I'm against Bacchus. I gotta be against Bacchus, right? For the sake of science, I'm gonna try Sunder and see how it feels in solo. I need to know. I want to do Sense of Time start. I want to do more than likely Triton's Conch with the double intelligence or strength and intelligence builds. I think I want to start with Axe though in this case. Oh no, we do have a Kukulkan support, it seems. I'm checking my settings. So far, so good. So far, so good. Why Sense of Time? Because she scales heavily off intelligence. I mean, I wish I could show you, but as you can see, my info boxes show up below the screen for some reason. Why is it doing that? It's not because of my resolution, so I can't really show you. There is this screen as well, but this doesn't help too much. Actually, it does. Yeah. So right here, 65% strength scaling, but 58, 58, right? I can't numbers today apparently. So 58% in scaling. That's why I'm doing it. I want to try it. We're back to the testing phase. Why is Loki here? Weird. I'm not sure why Loki was here. Also, man, the upgrades and just the visuals is already really noticeable. That's awesome. It's so much more green and like not barren, I guess. I like it. Let's grab this. Yeah, Sunder difference is significantly less damage. I don't think it's gonna be worth it fully to go in solo unless you have some kind of strategy behind it. Imagine silencing a Berber in real life. You just slap them in the face though, right? I'm sure that would stop them. Oh, the dash really splits the minions. That's a bit weird. I'm not sure I like that. Because that just makes it clear a bit weird at times. I do think the Ama is overall nerfed in the sense that there aren't a whole lot of good auto attack speed items. Like you basically have one in Berserker's Shield. Like it's the same reason why Bologna feels awkward. What the hell does this guy have rip of? I mean, she does damage. As usual, her too. Sure does damage. New ult. It's here. I'm gonna get randomly hit by shit and I ain't gonna hate it. Sunder. Her dash is definitely slower. Her dash is slow compared to her Smite 1 version. It's not as instant. I'm not sure how I feel about that just yet. Oh, he did both our oh man. I'm guessing that's Mordred just running around doing all our shit. That's annoying. Oh yeah, and I just realized the gold camp does. You're actually getting 50% less, or like 100% less, I guess. It's been nerfed by a lot, which is good, because it definitely gave you too much. Dude, that's weird. I saw it very quickly on Nika's stream as well. When a god gets low, it starts laughing. That's really strange. Why why do they do that? Is that a glitch? It's gotta be a glitch, right? So you want to play ranked with the main Dutch and Maskell? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you guys want to wait, I'm down to play once I'm done with this. So yeah, my 2 is faster, but my 3 is slower. That's a bit strange. In terms of just gameplay feel. Where's this Bacchus man at? There he is. Dude, it too is really fast. It shoots out quick. I could have been green and ulted him, but I'm not sure my ult's gonna finish him up with that. I want to make sure I kill him if I ult. No! Go Sunder! No, I didn't kill him, man. I couldn't tell how. I couldn't move my camera. I don't know how low he was. Also, I'm against hybrid damage people here, which is annoying. I need against Bacchus first, probably. I think I'll try Genji's for the cooldown. You can still 3-man queue. You cannot 3-man queue, but you can still 5-man queue, and you can only meet 5-mans if you're 5-man queuing, so... Dude, we gotta take care of this Mordred stealing our buffs every time. We cannot let this happen. Loki's just on the opposite side. That's some damage, though. Holy shit. Can we talk about that? What's damage that just did? I was hoping that was gonna... It did. I guess minions killed, because I had red buff on me. Armor 2 does damage, dude. I mean, it always did, let's be real, but... That's funny. I don't know what I'm doing, just running around here. Overall, it's not going too hot for my team, it seems. Those removed. Yeah, 3-mans is, yeah. 3-mans are definitely... You can still dual queue? You can dual queue, you can solo queue obviously, and you can, as far as I know, still 5-man queue into another 5-man queue. But you can before the problem was you could 5-man queue and then meet like a dual queue and a triple queue. Instead of just a 5-man, now you can only meet a 5-man, which is just fine I think. That's not what it always should have been. I'm gonna be there for when our buffs spawn this time. Can't really defend red buff, but... This should be fine.
Enemy missing right.
I do feel the towers being a bit more tanky for sure. That's fine. Oh, I think Blocks is tilting because Loki is being a little annoying little bitch, from what I can tell. Little annoying little bitch. Now, I don't know if I want to do Berserker's Shield over something else, like maybe Void Shield. Because I don't think the attack speed is going to do all that much. You don't have anything that can like stick you to the target as easily anymore. Like before you had Frostbound, which is such a massive like advantage. Just let you stick to the target very easily, but you just don't have that anymore. I'm not sure auto-attacking is worth it. Maybe ability-based armor might just be better right now, especially with the intelligence scaling too. That thing still gives 105 gold if you last hit it. That's still kind of nuts.
Enemy missing right.
On my way.
Gaze into the mirror.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Okay.
This man sundered me.
Stand together.
He's fast. Like, he's so fast with speed buff too. He's level 16, man. It is Drake, so I expected him to be good. It sucks how fed he is.
Your middle tower.
And right now I'm kind of the only one who's able to do anything about him. And I can't do anything about him.
An ally has been slain.
I'm gonna see if I can actually TP for this.
Your left tower.
Yeah, Loki's doing nothing about this.
Enemy missing.
Stand together.
I'm gonna do, what is the new item called? Life Binder. Let's try this item. Yeah, Hekata's behind because of the difference in junglers.
Has been slain.
Dude, we're probably gonna lose this game no matter what because of late game Nuwa. I am prepared for the late game Nuwa to just one-shot everything. With the current Smite 2 items.
An ally has been slain. Enemy missing middle. Enemies in the left jungle.
I'm actually curious. Are the buffs just up?
In the left jungle.
No, they're still doing their buffs. But no one is chilling over here with me anymore.
Gank. Help.
Your left tower is under attack.
Stand together.
Enemy missing. Be careful right. Careful left. An ally has been slain.
Help! Help! Help!
An ally has been slain.
Man, I don't. We also have a Kukulkan support here. Like, what are we supposed to do? This is not gonna work out late game.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It jumped me.
Slain an enemy. Killing spree. Your left tower is
I don't know. I don't think we should surrender. Not yet.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Actually, can I potentially push this?
Enemy missing.
Yeah, Bacchus is still dead. Sad that I was not able to get that. Hey, Benji. I missed like an idiot. I missed again? How did that one miss though? I do think we could fight this if we had any jungler in any way though. I really do. But that was greedy by me. I really wanted to take that fight, but I think my two missed twice. I don't know how the second one missed. The first one I did just miss. I'll do some attack speed here, because actually, if they're just gonna let me hit them, I do need more attack speed.
Tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
Is the elite queue not up yet? I don't think so. If it's supposed to be a separate... What, he used the ultim. If it's supposed to be a separate queue, then no, it's not up yet. Because, I mean... I think Loki in this game... Dude, chase him. Chase him, please, dude. Dude. Thank God he got him, man. Chase the man. He's got nothing. Because this is still a very mixed skill level game. Very, very much so. I have blocks in this game, but the other three are... Like, I have Kukulkan support, man. That's my situation here.
Stand together. Stand together.
I'm gonna see if I can get this tower. Where is Mordred? Where is the Mordred man? Alright, I'm gonna rotate over for this. I mean, it's gonna be faster backing, I guess. They're just gonna be on gold, I imagine. But I mean, just gonna die for that for no reason too. It's not really a good idea contesting this. I'm not actually on it. Are they gonna fire? Yeah, they are.
Defend the fire giant.
Enemy is
Ah, man. Tragic that that's when I decided to TP. I was so sure that we were going to gold on the spawn. I think that's why we lose the game.
An ally has been slain.
There's someone else here. I didn't see Neith here, dude. I just wanted to get away from Mordred, because we could finish him off.
Has been slain.
Dude, the fire giant makes them so tanky too. It's unreal. You're against two without any rank, so it's the first rank, second rank game ever. It's weird how it doesn't feel that at all. Like our Kukulkan support, by the way, and my Loki seems to be very confused. I'm not too sure of Jingwei. I haven't seen Jingwei play really. I mean, considering how she's not auto-attacking at all much, I would imagine she's pretty confused as well. Oh, I could finish it.
Cancel that.
We definitely don't want to do gold. We're gonna lose a 4v5 fight very easily. Just farm. That's what we need to do. Me and Blocks needs to farm. I just need one of the damage dealers to be on my side in these team fights, and I think the only one I can rely on here is Blocks. So I just need him to farm.
Gaze into the mirror.
I need to finish my starter here.
Better than you alone.
Oh, Kokokan is done. He healed so much. What the hell was that? What just healed him so much? It's just... Yeah, why are we focusing the Bacchus here? Alright. Nuwa, okay. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why we're chasing the Bacchus instead of defending. That's really silly. But not that I think it would have mattered. It would not have mattered at all. Yeah, I think it's time to surrender. I can't kill people alone. Queuing into Nika, so many people need to dodge. Yeah, patch day. It's gonna be a lot of people queuing, for sure. Wait, what? Another claim? Alright. Oh yeah, shit, I need to queue up with people. Sync, are you still... Are you guys waiting for me, or are you already in the game? What's the situation? Amma seems fine though. It's hard to tell in a game like that. Like Bacchus didn't really fight back much, and I feel like Amma is probably pretty good into Bacchus early because I can't just interrupt his stun. Um, but I still think Bacchus late game is super good. I need to try him in solo still. I actually still think he's a fine solo. He's just not broken anymore. Necessarily, he might still be. He still scales pretty well at protections. Yeah, I can't see if Singh and the crew is... No, it doesn't seem like it. Alright, I'll just keep queuing then. I'll keep queuing then. If anyone wants to duo queue though, just let me know. Because that might make things a little less stressful. At least knowing that there'll be another person I can rely on in these queues. Because now you should be able to duo queue against solo queues, right? And with solo queues, instead of it just being a dual queue and a triple queue versus a 5-man, which sucks, which is never fun. Dual queuing shouldn't be an instant loss anymore. What? No, Juga! Juga stole my solo. Damn it. Classic Juga. Amma? Dude, stop banning Amma! It's the new... well, you want me to ban Nuwa? I'm not. I'm gonna ban Fenrir, probably. Yeah. Hmm. Mean as ADC? I don't know, man. Is Jingwei even good anymore? That's the big question. Is Jingwei even good? I mean, she probably still is. I kind of want to play Kronos, though. Yeah, I want to play Kronos. He's got the cripple now, too. So he should be pretty good. I might have gotten demoted from 4K now, though. When does the Elite queue unlock? Is it a 3K or 4K? It was 3K, right? Oh, 3.2, okay. Yep. I wonder when... I maybe should have checked, actually. I need to check if the Elite queue is up. Did they actually buff Anubis? I need to check. Let's go to Smite 2 website here. I need to check the patch notes again. They must have buffed Anubis, right? No, he's just untouched. Huh. Anubis was just completely untouched. Weird. So technically he's getting nerfed, because the items he's using are getting nerfed. Alright. Poor Anubis. That's tragic for the Anubis. Actually, wait, I picked Keranos with the intention of going for the double stacking again, but that shit also got nerfed. Hmm. Anubis wasn't even a top pick. He wasn't, yeah. Anubis sucks. That's the thing. Anubis is terrible. Like, he's one of the worst gods in the game right now. I feel like I recognize some of these names. I don't know if Ames is Aim Blue. I have no idea. If that's the case, this might be Jover, unless me and Juga can carry this. Because I don't recognize the names on my team. What do they have? This kind of screams like an Aegis game to me. Aegis or Combat Blink? Okay, do they have... I'm going Aegis. I'm going Aegis, man. They have Nuwa and Neve. That's not going to be a fun combo to deal with. Toa. The dog's whining for some reason.
Be right back.
I'll try the double stacking and see how it feels. Even though Curtainless is probably not the best god to really test this on. I'm gonna have to sit back and farm as ADC for the most part anyway. I don't know what the dog wants. He's just sitting down there staring at me. He probably wants to go up in the window, but while I'm streaming I don't really want to do that, because then he wants to go down in the middle of a game, and that's just not ideal. He can't get up and down by himself, it's too high up. But he wants to look out the window.
Oh yeah! Minions have spawned. My mistake.
He did steal it. Well done, Ares. I only had my 2 up. I'll save my 2 for this. Dude, the damn jump, man. Ooh, I'm sad. He actually jumped my 2. I'm saddened by that. I'm so very saddened by that.
Smite diesel. My mistake. I'm getting into some of this Smite.
Alright. I am tragically bad and I suck ass. And with that in mind, yeah, that's just tragic. Alright, well. It's because of the slow ass autos Curtainless has. I blame the autos, man. No one would have hit those shots. Oh man. They got dropped in front of the tower. He is fine. Yeah, there's definitely a difference in skill levels in this one too. I keep missing my dash. Dude, how is he still alive? Oh, he died to Bluestone. Never mind. Got him. You gonna try and stop me again? He actually got it. Huh. That's surprising. I guess my 2 does no damage.
Be right back. Retreat middle lane. On my way.
I'm not 100% sure how much Trans and Book was nerfed in the overall, like, fully stacked comparison. But hopefully it's not too much.
Defend. Enemy missing middle.
Yeah, Bacchus is still very good. Damn, I missed my 2 again. Somehow this feels like the warm-up game compared to the other one. I'm playing like shit in this one.
An ally has been slain. Wild growth. Your middle tower is under attack. They have earned their damnation.
These supports are staying in duel for a while as well, instead of rotating.
The forest runs rampant. An ally has been slain. The forest runs rampant.
Yeah, I can hit my 2. The 2 feels even slower than usual. Like in terms of its projectile. I don't want to ult yet. Close.
An enemy has been slain. The forest runs rampant.
Um, Cosmic. Like so far, this still just feels fine, but it's also hard to tell against people who are not on the same level. Because it probably doesn't really matter a whole lot what I play here, but in terms of the damage that I deal, I think it's fine with this build still.
Your middle tower is under attack. Retreat!
I do think it's very good that the gold camp gives basically half of what it did before, because now it gives maybe like the last one there was 60, the big one I guess. The small ones I'm not sure what is, so I'm guessing like maybe 70 or 80 gold before, like compared to before where it was like 120, which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy how much gold it gave you from a single camp. So if you controlled that, you could very easily just you could just get fed off of just controlling your lane.
Please.
And while I think that should still be possible, it shouldn't be possible with just getting a few camps.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful. Be careful. Enemy down. Retreat. Your left tower is under enemy missing middle.
My wave, no! It's escaping into the jungle.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, Nuwa's ult still goes off even though she dies? Interesting. So as long as you press the button, it will still just go off. That's probably a decent quality of life change, honestly. I don't think that's terrible.
An enemy has been slain.
Actually, maybe it is. I'm not sure about that. Because not having it go off is kind of a reward of killing her in time.
An enemy has been slain. Be careful. No problem.
Alright, it surrendered. Oh, and no longer does this just slide away. It was really funny that it did though. What the fuck does like plus 8 XP mean? Does that just mean like that's 8 worshippers? What is this XP right here? What does that mean? So 17 to level makes sense. I'm assuming it's like XP is just it's worshippers. But maybe it's not even called worshippers anymore. Maybe I'm crazy. Like, what is this leveling called? No, it's still called worshippers, man. It should say plus 8 worshippers then. That's what confuses me. It's not called the same things. Alright, let's see. Elite. Here it is. Elite queue. Let's go. Let's see how long we're gonna end up having to wait for this. Yeah, I'm just back to 4K. 4002. I actually want to see Nuwa's numbers here. Every 15 seconds, your next basic attack will root all targets hit. So yeah, no matter what, your passive will just passively build up rather than you having to hit someone. But yeah, it still says damaging an enemy with a basic attack reduces the cooldown. So just, you will get it no matter what. You can just speed up the process. I think this is a good change, personally. I think it's pretty nice. Fire Protector deals magic damage to the first enemy hit. So yeah, that's just their basic attacks. Nothing unique about that. Send dense fog slowly towards dealing damage when it touches an enemy. Oh, just magical damage when it touches an enemy. Enemies that remain in the fog take additional damage every second. Your ally guards a stealth like the fog, so pretty much the same still. Gain strength of water. What's your passive again? What? Strength of water, which gives you movement speed. Ally guards that into the fog gain strength of water. What is all this strength of, like, the elements? I thought that was a part of her passive. But I can't really read that anywhere. Huh. Okay. Some clay shells to attack the chosen target. They'll dash, dealing magical damage. Begin to basic attack, lasts 10 seconds. I don't know if there's any difference in there. Did they last for 10 seconds in Smite 1 as well? I can Strength of Earth, which gives you magical penetration. So far the same as well. The clay shells doing damage to stunning enemies and towers. So yeah, so that still does damage to towers. Oh, I guess maybe you're dealing damage in the area and stunning. Okay, so it just, yeah, it just deals damage and stuns. That's crazy. Nuwa is back to being a big siege god. Among other things, probably. Strength of metal, causing your basic attacks to deal magical damage in an area when you hit an enemy. So like explosive autos? What is that? I don't know. I need to test that. I'm not sure what that means. Cause your basic to deal magical damage in an area. Like, what does that mean? What's an area? Fire shards becomes easy immune and ascend to the air. You and your team gain still visibility on all enemy gods. Summon fire shards that deal magical damage to each god. Strength of fire, which causes your basic attacks to go farther and faster. Farther. Alright, yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like they're trying to make her a hybrid ADC. The strengths are just buffs, debuffs attached to the abilities. Let's see. The elite rank queue is dead, guys. I hate to tell you. It's dead. Oh, there's a leaderboard now? Dude, what the fuck? How are people up here already? Wait, where am I then? Because before I was supposed to be... Where am I? Yeah, okay, I'm still... the leaderboard is not working right now. I'm still 170. But damn. Some people played this game a lot. A lot. Player progress. Okay, so that's just... And then we have it coming soon. Okay. Cool. Match history, no changes, I'm guessing. Yeah, pretty much the same. Alright. If the elite queue goes past, I don't know, 10 minutes, I'll just go back to the other queue. Just so I can actually play the game. But I'll give it a little bit for people to realize that the elite queue is up and working. Some people might still just be using the other queue. Still need some card art on some of these gods. Well, like 50% of them. Why did they change Jing Wei's? Because she had one. They changed her face. I don't know why they did that. It doesn't matter, but it just stands out to me. I guess it's just to match how she looks more in game. You're on like elite queue after one game. Once you hit the. Oh, okay. You know what? In that case, I'm gonna wait then, because then people just haven't unlocked it yet. I'll just um. I'll just keep going rank conquests for a few more games, I guess, or at least one more game. Have fun in game. We'll be leaving to work. All right, Bingus. Have fun. Enjoy your day as much as you can. Well, hopefully you enjoy your work. You won't? Oh, that sucks, man. I hate it at the moment. That sucks. I understand. I'm happy I don't have to deal with that stuff anymore, but yeah, I've been there. Is that my alarm? It is not my alarm. It is people playing loud music outside. Last pick and solo? Damn. Wait, actually, how am I last pick? Who are these people then? Reminder, I'm at 4K, so that could either be really good or really bad that they're up there. Nico was last pick in my game, so it doesn't work anymore. Okay, yeah, that's just weird then. I mean, I know the bottom three are random, but the top two should always be the top two. So it might have just been that he was below the top two. Supposed to work out of Evero, currently with over 30 fires. Instead of now, just stay. Oh, he was the only one with SR. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, then it's cooked. Hopefully that gets hot fixed, because that's gonna make ranked very, very unfun. If that's how it's gonna be in some of these games. People trying the game for the first time will suddenly first pick. I mean, granted, people should stop queuing ranked if it's their first time playing the game. For the love of God, just don't queue ranked if you're just trying out the game. And if you've only played for like a week, chill. Go play casuals. Your experience will be better as well when you do that. You're just way more likely to meet someone who is in a very different league of skill level than a week of playing the game. I heavily recommend just sticking to casuals for a while. At least until the matchmaking is fixed. Like, once there is a bronze level ranked queue that can get going, then yeah, it's fine. But that's not the case for Smite 2 right now. You're just more likely to meet, like, a top player in some way. Or a Masters level player. I need to pick physical here. Or I don't need to, but it's probably for the better if I do. Hmm. Man, why are people already banning Ama? I want to play Ama. It's either Chuck Balone or Modred for me here, probably. I'll just do Mordred. Mordred. Could still be an Odin support, but if it is Odin solo, it might be a tough matchup if he's a good player. Well, I'm definitely not gonna go Sunder anymore, I think. Gonna go back to Combat Blink. Dude, I love the upgraded map. It looks a lot more clean. It's good to see.
Good luck. Have fun. Hi.
Revel in a good fight.
Good luck. Have fun.
Solo is a lot less barren too. There's a lot more like greenery and like moss on the rocks by the Warhorn. It's nice. I like it a lot. I like it.
I'll defend.
Also, Benji, are you still here?
Minions have spawned.
Apologies. On my way.
No problem.
I don't recognize anyone else in this game, so I have no idea how this is gonna go.
No problem.
Oh, was Bluestone nerfed? Yeah, it tickled less. I'm guessing it was nerfed a bit.
Okay.
Oh, I just missed. Did I? Dude, I don't know why characters laugh when they get low HP. That's so weird. It has to be a glitch. It's one of the weirdest glitches for sure. It's gonna brew toxicity for sure. Characters just laugh when they get low HP?
Sad. Enemy missing middle. Be careful left. Thanks.
Every time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
Enemy missing middle. Enemy
But yeah,
spotted.
now that Mordred has got a small little buff on his one, like he might be really good in solo now for more pressure. I might be a mean asshole here. I'm gonna wait in a different bush now. I missed.
Scent of blood.
Damn, how did I miss that? And how did my dash miss? Weird. That should have been a kill, I just missed my 3.
Okay.
Like a dum-dum.
Be right back. Apologies.
My blades hunger.
Retreat left wing.
No worries.
Good job. I had to try. If I landed, he dies. If not, I don't really lose anything. I had to go for it.
Follows close.
Follow me.
It's a no-risk, high-reward situation. Oh,
You are
Nuwa exists. That's true. That's right. I'll just cut back. There's a bunch of buffs up, but I also don't want to overstay my welcome here. Against Odin, I'll probably just do Berserkers.
that makes me sad.
Is under attack. No problem. Have fun.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Have fun. Oh, yes.
My boom. Slain an enemy. Killing spree.
If Jingwei's diving at level 7? Damn. That's ballsy. And she did not die for it. Is it worth and Mordred then? It's a little bit, yes. Because it buffs his 3. His 3, basically, the dot on it only scales from intelligence. I wish I could show you, but my thing here is bugged. I can maybe show it through here. I'm not used to looking at the screen though. Yeah, 50% in scaling on the physical side of this ability, so. You don't want to build full int though, because his 1 and 2, and ultimate as well, don't scale from it at all. So, you mainly don't really want intelligence, but something like Triton's Conch is still just fine. That's the Loki stealth I heard.
Enemy missing.
Yo, can we finish him off? Creeps. What the hell, man? Creeps just decided they didn't want to kill anyone. They're doing their own thing. I need 200 gold for just a full berserkers, so I'm just gonna stay. Dude, he's zoning me? No, he's not. For a second, I thought.
I sense your fear.
That makes me sad.
Get more healing as well, something in Yule. Yeah, I think every heal in the game scales of intelligence. Does not matter who you are. Yeah, the healing over time. His Cruel Strikes also has a... Is that a protection scaling?
I need the jungle buff. That makes me sad.
Your left tower is under attack.
Death follows close. Death follows
It's a big wave. Actually, no, his 2 does scale of int as well. 40% int, 50% strength. His 1 does not scale with int at all, though, and neither does his ult. So actually the 2 does scale with int too. That's good.
Oh, yes.
But generally you build him full tank. Like, you barely even build like physical damage on him. He just has so much base damage that you just kind of build him like you would a warrior. I don't recommend. I mean, I guess in the jungle you might. I don't really play him in the jungle, but as a solo laner, I very rarely build any damaging item on him. Because that's the thing, like he's 1, I believe it is, also scales off protections a little bit, which is why he still does pretty good damage when he builds full tank. Yeah, Cruel Strikes. Yeah, 45% protections, bonus damage. So it's not much, it's only the bonus damage on it, which is just one of the versions on the ability, so... it's very small in terms of the protection scaling. Can't play today, it seems. Why not, Benji? Damn it. His 1 chunks with raw strength item. Yeah, I just think he's... Like, him being full damage just doesn't fit him very well. Oh.
Has been slain.
Scent of blood. Slain an enemy. Rampage.
Because he's very easy to lock down and kill. He's kind of suffers from the same stuff as Tsukuyomi does. He might do a shit ton of damage, but... I mean, Tsukuyomi's better in that sense, because he's got more long-range stuff and poke. But... I think the biggest problem for me with Mordred is that he's low mobility. He's got pretty low mobility, and you can just block the ultimate if he's trying to get out.
Your right tower is under attack.
And that's also why you don't really see him in solo and competitive.
Your left tower is under
He's way too easy to just turn on and kill. Like, he's been played more as a jungler in competitive than a solo laner.
You are no match. Enemy missing right.
Lose connection for 5 seconds. Aw, man. That sucks.
Death follows close.
Save yourself.
Do you know what the reason for the bad connection is? Like,
under attack.
is that why I got no internet? Or like, I guess, can you call them and trying to figure out what the problem is?
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Your internet providers. Damn it. Oh, the ultimate can be so awkward.
Has been slain.
Scent
Dude, I honestly, I want this to happen. I want to make mortars all easier to hit. Which probably means turning in the speed up. I need to deal with this Jingwei, she's getting too fat. They gotta turn up the speed on the turning on it. Oh yeah, Pyromancer exists now. Let's see where she's going. And then just make it so you don't get as much Wrath. Because it's actually getting annoying with how easy it is for good people to dodge this shit. Does she have ult? That's the big question. She does not.
Nice job.
Enemy you are impressive.
That's too bad. On my way. I will attack left lane.
Is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a quick rotation here. See if I can get something.
Attack the gold fury.
Might be too late,
On my way. On my way.
but maybe I can stick around.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll just be bait.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. My blades hunger.
That's fine, I guess. We'll take it, the trade. You play Amaterasu? Yeah, I did. My first game today was Amaterasu. I did, but she's been banned ever since. People are not just letting it go through. She does feel good, I'll say that. She does feel like she has a lot of base damage early. And let's be real, she's gonna be good late game. It's Amma. She still has the same kit. She's always gonna be a pretty good team fight monster. And right now, so far, it's been kind of been a trend with Smite 2. Even if your early game has been pretty rough, like someone like Odin, because of how easy it is to kill the minions, your early game doesn't matter much. You can still just survive easily and do very well in a lot of laning phases. Like, Odin is practically the #1 solo right now. That's because he was always good late game, but he wasn't that good in lane. It's a bit different, obviously. Like, right now Odin is just also good because there's not so much stuff that cannot get out of his ring, and building Shell wasn't good in the previous patch. It might have changed now. I'm not too sure how... Like, they did buff Shell a little bit. Now people might have Shell, which is going to make it much easier to deal with Odin.
Be careful. Middle. Help. Middle lane.
On my way.
Center block.
No problem. Sorry.
I also gotta get more used to buying wards again, now that wards actually exist. And they don't disappear when you look at them.
Destroy the left enemy tower. Center block.
Dude, where did Ymir go? Ymir was right behind me, right? Where the fuck did he go?
An enemy.
That's the only reason why I went to dive, because we knew we could finish her off, but someone did not follow me into the tower there. Damn it. That was unnecessary death on my end. It was a good knock-up from Jingwei as well. Right. What do they have that might be scary? Dude, they have a support Hecate. Yeah, I don't need to build any magic protection this game. And they're just building crit. I guess I'll try out Spectral now. It gives 25 more protection than it did last patch. It used to give 35 protections. Now it's 60.
Retreat!
An ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's a very tanky Hecate though.
Counter their curses.
Stam knock up. Oh man. But this is what I mean. Like, how many ult have I landed this game? Like, what, 2 out of my 6 ult or whatever? And it's not like I can do anything about it. It's simply just, you use it, they juke. That's how this works. Jingwei is spawning. I guess I should get out.
Follow me. Sorry.
Like, the fact that they made Amaterasu scale so much off of intelligence, I think was a really interesting choice. But also, I think it's what's going to make her really powerful. Because she is going to heal so much with her 1 if you're building a lot of intelligence. Did it just say the enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury? I'm pretty sure we got it. But I think it's just the same bugs with the map. Still not. The announcer's still saying the wrong things. If I'd missed that, I would have went for it. Or if I hit it, rather. Shoots everything though. I'm down. Still worth it.
On my way. Attack.
Anyways, I think we're getting fire, but That's fine. I'm sad I did not get Jingwei though. They arrived just in time. I should probably get some kind of active item. What could maybe get me out of a situation like that? I don't really think anything can outside of a shell. And I obviously don't have shell. I'm gonna grab Hussar's Wings. I want some kind of speed buff in some way. And they do have a... not a mass amount of slows, but with a Loki and on her, they have enough slows for me to try and want to get out of it. I just realized I should have bought my starter instead.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, yes!
Attack middle lane.
Attack middle lane!
Destroy the middle enemy.
Miss Loki's slow immune and he's one. I'm guessing he is. I forgot. Why would we retreat? It's definitely a low reload game.
Attack the gold fury.
Yo, can we just fucking just kill the Loki? Okay, Phoenix is... I think that's good. That's a somewhat decent test to see how you can just tank... You can't just tank down the Phoenix and just kill it without... you know, taking some pretty good damage. Like, I'm full physical tanky. And that shit still did some pretty decent damage to me, as well as taking a while to kill. I don't know how much Solo was really focusing it, but... that definitely did more damage than I would have expected when I'm literally full physical tank. outside of Tricons and Hussars, which has,
Fire giant.
well, one has no protection, one has just a little bit of protection. I probably have more protection than you would have normally as anything.
Fire giant. On my way. Be careful in the jungle.
I'm still forgetting to buy wards.
Attack middle lane. Attack right lane. Group up.
Let's get this wave. This tower should be free.
Be careful middle.
I'll attack right middle. Battle, my children.
Destroyed a right enemy tower. Attack!
Whee!
An ally. I sense your fear.
Together. Retreat. Whoa. Hold together.
I'll just back. I was looking for the Loki, but seems that he is not sticking around.
Defend the gold fury.
This game's kind of tough here now that we've hit late game. But I also think it's because Fenrir keeps dying before the fight actually begins. It was good that he got the Jingwei ult out,
On my way.
but that Jingwei was practically full HP.
Destroyed the gold fury.
Attack right tower.
Sentinel blocked. Yes. Group up.
On my way.
We don't really have fire anymore either. I don't even think we should be doing this.
Sentinel blocked.
Damn it. Not sure what she was waiting for there. She was just standing behind the wall. Gotta kill this damn Loki, man. He's literally the only problem on their team. Point in case. Hell no.
Scent of blood. Slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy
Nice.
slain.
It worked out somewhat well for us in the end. Not really, because we should have gotten more,
Attack fire giant.
but still. Ugh. I feel like I suddenly had to log in way more for this than I ever really wanted to.
On my way.
I'm gonna take care of this as well, before this big boy overstays. The shop does feel a bit more responsive, which is nice. I know that's something they worked on too. Before it felt like you had to like double press sometimes to buy like a potion or something like that, but it's a bit more responsive now. You don't have to double press anymore. Guys, there's actually just a ward right here. Good Ymir wall, damn. Very, very nice Ymir wall. Just gotta get someone, man. How did they all get out? Like, how did Odin get out in the end when they came from behind?
On my way.
Damn, actually just gonna keep chasing this guy.
Group up.
Scent of blood.
Yeah, you're not fighting Fire Giant buff. Alright, no more Loki shenanigans.
An enemy has been slain.
He tried really hard, this Loki. Well played by him. A weirdly very try-hardy game. How long was this game? You can't tell anywhere, can you? 28 mastery though? That's nice. Where's my Mordred at this point? Getting closer. I thought they fixed the rank 9. Cause you need a lot. Like rank 9 is what, or is it rank 8? It's rank 8. From 8 to 9 is super long for some reason. From 525 to 850. That is insane. I don't know why. I thought they were gonna fix that because they did mention that was a glitch. All right, let me try elite ranked again. GG's out Ymir. Yeah, well done, man. We came back in the end. Loki was a bit of a problem, but once I just sat on him, it wasn't a problem anymore. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I could also just kind of stack physical protection also made me practically unkillable against any of them. They had to full team up on me to actually kill me. I have a hard time like gauging how good Nuwa is right now. I can't tell, because I feel like the ultimate doesn't just destroy people. It does damage, but it feels like it doesn't actually do that much damage. I do hope I don't have to wait too long for this elite queue. Maybe I have to snipe Nika. Where's Nika at? He's already in game. I'm assuming that's the elite queue, but for Nika with as many people like Q sniping him, it usually makes it much easier for him to get into a game. Everyone might just be following the Nika queue right now, of the people that can actually get into the elite queue. Hmm. I'll give it 5 minutes at max. If it still hasn't popped, I'll keep going with the normal queue. Actually, how much did I get for winning too? Because above, like when you have the, yeah, practically nothing. I got 30. So I got 29 actually to be exact for that win. Queuing for the normal queue when you have the elite one unlocked is gonna severely decrease how much SR you get. So I might just sit in the elite queue, because otherwise I'm never gonna progress. Oh, the sun is hitting my screen as well now. I still need God Builder. I'm still sad it's not in the game yet. I need it. Especially for queue times, because I like just sitting around and fiddling with it. I'm lacking my minigame in Smite right now. Do I have my title yet though? No, I'm still not been given my title that I should have right now on Modred for being rank 7. Or 8, I guess. Maybe I'll get it once I hit rank 10 or something, and it just unlocks everything. But I should have it. I should have it. I'm not even sure my global emote works. I have it equipped, but the times that I've tried it, it didn't work. Hey Dutch, thank you so much for the raid, man. I hope your elite queues are actually popping, because mine are not. 20-minute queue? Yeah, it's rough. You gotta snipe the Nika queue only, I think, right now. There's simply not enough people above the 3.2k threshold. And some of them probably don't even know that this queue exists. I do think this is a good idea, but dude, Smite 2's numbers are just too low for this to really be a thing right now. They're killing the game slowly but surely. I think this idea is something that probably shouldn't have been a thing until it goes open. Because I do actually think it's a good idea. But I do think they're rushing it a bit. Like, how many modes do you have in Smite 1 now? You have the casual conquest, rank conquest, and now this elite conquest queue, as well as an arena queue. And how many is playing the game? It's like a few thousand? Dude, it's gonna be so split. Almost no one is gonna be queuing the elite conquest queue. Yeah, I'll go to a maximum of 10 minutes again. If not, if no pop yet, then I'll just have to go back to the other one. Everyone's banning Alma though. I can't play Alma because it's being banned all the time. Yeah, they'll keep banning my one game modes and keep spreading the player base. They haven't added Joust and stuff yet, have they? Maybe they have. Right, how... I'm keeping an eye on the Nika queue right now, because I do want to get an elite game in. It could be fun, but I legitimately think the only elite queue going at the moment is the one that kind of Nika is in. Or maybe there's another one going alongside that, because there might be more than 10 people. So I think right now the only way to get into the elite queue is to try and snipe the Nika queue right now. It will actually be impossible to rise otherwise. Like getting 20 or 30 for a win in the other queue is not yeah, it's not gonna work. That's even less than what you got before for wins. I also really gotta get used to buying Chalice more. I keep forgetting about it. It's been bugged for so long now. Yeah, I mean, there's probably not 9 people queuing outside of his queue. Like, honestly. I highly doubt it. But I also mean, everyone is trying to queue snipe the Nika queue, meaning there's probably like maybe 2 or 3 games going at the same time in that time frame, instead of right now. And once he's done with his game, people will try to queue snipe him again. So I'm not saying it's only his game like that's going, but people are trying to queue snipe his just to have like a chance of actually getting into a game. So there might be more than one game going at a time. It's just only when he queues. If I had to guess. That's just pure speculation. Like the alpha is still closed, right? You have to buy your way in, and like, don't underestimate a casual player. Like most of them won't buy their way in. They just won't. They're still playing Smite 1. So the game they're in right now, from what I can tell, should like it could be over somewhat soon. Hopefully, but maybe not. Like I'd be satisfied with just a single good elite game on patch day, but this is probably not a queue that will work in general. I'm probably still gonna have to be stuck solo queuing in the other one. Or 5-manning, but I'm not really sure how popular the 5-man will be now that it's only 5-man. Might have to wait a pretty long time for those as well. Five stacking is dead. Yeah. I would imagine that to be the case. I don't want to make it a habit of watching a different stream when I'm streaming, but I'm just sitting here waiting for this Nika game to be over so I can Q snipe. So I can play the game myself. I mean, if it pops in the meantime, that's still great. But I doubt it. It would be very surprising. I still keep forgetting Pyromancer was added. How much damage does the bomb do? Yeah, someone will not get into that queue. Yeah, if my queue doesn't pop at all, um, and theirs does, I'll probably just not. I'll just go back to the other queue. But for now, I actually want to try and see if I can get into. Like, it doesn't have to be a Nika's game specifically. It's fine if it's just another game. I just want to get into an elite game and see how that is, how the experience is. I mean, it's kind of gonna be like playing a scrim, right? Essentially, a scrim with no one you know or ever spoken to, basically. It has only been one day. Like, I do think a lot of people don't realize this queue exists. I think there is a slight, very, very small copium chance that maybe, and just maybe, some other people will realize the more casual side that might still have some high SR, which some people definitely do. Some people are on very high SR that are probably not on the same skill level as like a Master Smite 1 player or a GM Smite 1 player. And yeah, it's. Um, I feel like Q should be better than it is. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it will just always be cooked. Maybe it is Joker. Alright, let's see if that's gonna be a Q pop. I wonder if people who's been in the queue for a while. There is a queue pop, yeah. I wonder if it takes priority with people who's been in the queue for the longest. What? I'm support? No, 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 no. Yeah, so trade with me. Trade with me. No, dude. I don't. Oh my god. It's tragic. I am stuck as support. Nika's not in this queue. Yeah, he got into a different game. But that's exactly what I mean. Everyone is trying to queue snipe like the big streamers. That's always what happens, right? So in this case, there will just be different. Like everyone's gonna queue at this time, even if it's not gonna be in Nika's game. Dude, I'm support though. Support is number 4 on my preferred list of roles to play. It's not looking good for us. I didn't get my role, man. I didn't get my first 3 roles. Yeah, we're in different games. Yeah, I can tell that. Completely different bands. What is this? What, we had 3 solo mains? Dude, there are way too many solo mains in Smite 2. Well, like 5 souls in the queue, yeah. Not good. Dude, I don't even know how to play support in this meta. Like, what do you even do? Let's see. Could yoink the Odin. Wasn't Ares buffed as well? Maybe I just do the Ares. What was buffed on Ares? That's great. Let's go high risk, high reward. We're doing Ares. Oh, the jungle Hecate. Nice. That's a pretty bold move against Thanatos, I think. Not to mention Odin. We have very good late game, though. Oh, never mind. Never mind. They traded. I was bamboozled. Oh, it's gonna be Fenrir support, right? It could be Odin, I guess, but doesn't Warchi main solo? Maybe I'm wrong. Do you still do Sunder? Do you do Shell or Sunder? I guess I'm doing Shell this game. Yeah, I'm doing Shell. Let's grab this one. I actually have no idea what support's built. I assume you still go gauntlets, right? Oh, was that nerfed to hell as well? I'll try this instead. I'll do Mystical Mail. I'll be the aggressive Ares I was always meant to be. Or just like a multi-role talent. Yeah, I see he plays a lot of different stuff. I didn't know what his main role was, if he even has a main role.
Minions have spawned.
I hope it is Fenrir support though, I do. I think that would, I mean, I guess I don't actually mind. Odin or Fenrir is kind of... doesn't really matter to me. Fenrir is probably scarier, actually, than Odin. Okay, it is Fenrir. wish I had chains. I wasted them like an idiot. He pre-beats. Also, that is the Fenrir jungle. Who is the support and where are they? Thanatos is just AFK, I guess? Never mind. He's here now. I suck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna leave Sol alone, because I feel like I'm just... Yeah. I'm leeching here for no reason when Thana is running around and double rotating with the Fenrir. What is this meta? And what is happening?
Has been slain.
Are capable of some things, huh?
Forward, my creations!
Right, what was I building? Mystical Mail.
An ally has been slain.
A fitting end. Goodbye, old friend.
That's too bad.
Dude, what is this meta, man? They actually just have two junglers.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Motherfucker, man. Like, the double jungle won't work out as well late game, but... What is happening this game? Well, that's assuming we actually get late game. Does he have... Colonel's the beats. I need level 5.
Let's make it tough!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Enemies in left lane.
Help!
An ally has been slain.
Goodbye, old friend. Okay.
Enemies in right lane!
Goodbye,
Ally
old
has been
friend.
slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I saw him here, but... Yeah.
Goodbye, old friend.
Unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, fuck it. I'm backing. Dude, I hate this. Not only do I not know how to play support, and their start is confusing the shit out of me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
I wasn't close enough to shell him.
Such a sad state of affairs.
An enemy has been slain. Nice Your job. Right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack! Okay.
Goodbye, old friend.
Completed.
An ally has been slain.
Oh. Unfortunate. Dude, what the fuck do I build? Maybe I'll just do Thieves now. I probably shouldn't have ulted Thana. I was hoping we maybe could put out more damage.
All magic flows to me.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It sucks even more because that gave them a lead. I was even with Thana, and Thana being behind is really good for us. It's too fast. I still can't tell who's the actual jungler. They both have Blumbas. No one's the actual jungler, or no one is the support. They actually just had two junglers.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Damn it, man.
Enemy ultimate down.
If it wasn't for that Fenrir ult, I might have been able to kill Fenrir as well. And Thanatos was much faster.
Enemy incoming right.
At least I got one of them, I guess. Because that could easily have been a situation where I didn't even get any of them. My chains kind of wrecked them though. And do a lot of damage.
An ally has been slain.
Curse you.
An enemy has been slain.
push in this a little bit.
Enemies in left lane.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Souls here are restless. I will calm them.
What? Dude, how did that not... It didn't do any damage! Dude, what the fuck, man? I'm so mad. Why did that not do any damage? Would I have killed it? No. But it still annoys me that it didn't do any damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, robbed. I don't miss Nuwa.
Sad state of
I don't.
affairs.
Why is she in the game? This piece of shit god.
Retreat right lane. Be careful right. The pyromancer has arrived.
The pyromancer has arrived. What do you even build in this fucking game? I'm gonna go mushroom first, but I do need purification as well.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Did I just hear someone spam pressing the surrender button? Is that what I just heard? That's so funny.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna see if I can just sit around mid more. Help him out.
Enemy missing. Careful left.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Dude, the gang can eat like both lanes, man, at the same time.
Okay.
Is Juga the 2v1 here?
Is under attack. Your right tower on my way. Destroyed.
Such a sad state of affairs.
An enemy has been slain. You're something else.
Dude, everywhere I go, they just gank a different lane, and then I can't help the lane I want to help. The life of a support is tragic and very, very sad.
Alicia, welcome.
Slain an enemy. Shut down.
I'm getting out. At least I can still solo their support, who is Thana or something. I'm not really fucking sure. Mushroom online. Now we can game. I also keep forgetting to buy wards. I do apologize for that, team. That I will take blame for. I need to warp more.
Goodbye, old friend.
Of course this jump was up the second my chains were... Fuck. Every time.
Goodbye, old friend. Goodbye, old friend.
Juga needs to chill and left.
Such a sad
Like, we can't... They have two junglers. We cannot rotate as fast as them.
Goodbye, old friend.
If you don't see one of them on the map, you gotta chill. Okay, dude. Dude, I can't actually damage Odin with my ult. Odin is immune to my ult. It's just Odin. Thunder took damage. I don't know what that shit is. But that's not okay. And it was trying to queue elite ranked. Yeah, no, it's elite ranked is pretty much dead. People only queue for it at the same time, basically in the Nika queue. After that, no one's queuing. Like, the queues is too long. They do have a 9k gold lead here. Motherfucker. I missed.
Such a sad state of affairs. Goodbye, old friend.
We cannot let them get the next gold. I'm gonna ward.
Attack! Such a sad state of affairs.
Be careful, middle.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Do what? Like, what is happening, man?
I'm over it.
Your left tower has been.
What is happening?
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Okay, dude. Just don't miss a single thing. No worries.
Your left tower has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, I think this one's a bit jober. I think we could have won, but yeah. Oh my god.
You hold the key.
I do think there's definitely a lack of team play on in our side. It's either that or they just have Fenrir. It's one of those two.
Such a sad state
Because Fenrir is straight up just broken. We have to ban Fenrir, I think, right now. Everything but Fenrir in this patch was pretty much nerfed. Now Fenrir is back to being more stupid than anything else. Okay. Didn't even get my mushroom out. I just died in a single stun. I mean, I'm pretty sure Warchi's getting manhandled this game though, isn't he? By Yeto.
Your middle tower
Yeah, but yeah, by Yeto. There's been some big 2v1s, or one big 2v1, even in solo here. Yeah. Not really sure. I feel like I couldn't do anything that game with the double rotating junglers, because someone was always getting ganked when I was trying to help someone else out. Yeah, no, I have voice chat turned off. I always do. Especially when I'm streaming. Otherwise I just can't focus on anything. Yeah, they might have been sitting in like a 5-man queue as well, talking. That might have been the case. Yeah, I did feel like they were on comms. So anyway, I think we can queue again, maybe. If the queue pops in less than like 3 minutes, I guess I'll obviously play it. But if it goes past 3 minutes, I'll go back to the other queue. Me and ADC is a tragedy. Yeah, don't worry about it, Juga. I confused you guys up, Yeto and Juga, because I'm so used to Juga playing Mordred. I probably said a few things there, but yeah, it was weird. Like the I don't even know what they were doing, man. Like the double rotating assassins, they didn't even have a support. They had 2 junglers. They both had Bombas too. And they heavily relied on actually like killing people to get their farm. That would never have worked if they weren't also winning. You know, like one of them would have gotten super far behind. And Thana was for a little while, but then they got like the 2 kills in gold or something, and then he caught up again. Is Blocks normally ADC? Because I can just take ADC from him if he wants to mid. I missed the queue. Yeah, that sucks, man. You want a mid boss, man? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know. I feel like I don't know. Do you guys what do you guys think they could do to fix this? Do you think we just go back to like remove the elite queue and just focus on just only a single rank queue and just hope for the best and just try and fix the matchmaking? Because I do think that's the best option. Just make it like it was in Smite 1, and I mean even in Smite 1 sometimes you had some really weird low elo games. But that's because of the low player numbers. Not because of anything else really, I think. Hmm. Hmm. Bacchus makes this a little annoying. I'm gonna get a dash on myself with the Kukulkan here. Otherwise, I probably would have picked Hecate. Yeah, that's definitely too many conquest modes, I agree. I mean, I think casual conquest and rank conquest should always be a thing. I think the 5-man conquest is... I mean, I'm pretty sure that's dead too now. There's simply not enough players for that. People are trying to get the one, like the solo queues going. I think the problem with the elite queue is that there simply are not in like there are not enough people above 3.2k. The only ones that are above that are the tryhards that like us that almost play every day, right? And there are not that many of those. There's maybe like 100 at max in EU. And then people dodge. Actually, who dodged? I'm not sure who dodged. Yeah, see, Nikki got in a different game again. So the one I was in there was not the. Well, I guess that's why everyone queued again. Hopefully, everyone queued again here. Yeah. Nice. I do think it will get better over the next few days. But right now it is a bit tough, yeah. With the player numbers. I am solo. Yay. Wanna play Arma? Hey, Boom, good to see you, man. Am I hunting games? You could say that. That is very fitting for the current situation here. Hmm. I do want to play Arma. But against Odin, it's definitely kind of known for not being that good. So, I'm still gonna do it. But I'll probably start with Shell, I think. I wonder who we are against then. I do like the new spinny locking in thing. So you know when it's been locked in and when it hasn't been locked in. It spins either way, I guess, but if it's locked in, it starts glowing as well. And this way you know which team it is too. Yeah, get that Nuwa. Looks like the elo in you has reset. Looks like it's proper team you have. It's because it's the new elite queue. So anyone above 2.3 or 2.3.2k SR unlocks a new queue called the elite ranked. Yeah, that's pretty much why. But the queue is kind of atrocious. The only reason why we're getting games right now is because everyone is Q sniping Nika. Nika is not in this game, but everyone is kind of trying to Q snipe him because that's gonna be the lowest Q. That's when everyone is queuing. It's kind of like a timer, but a very long timer that is purely based on when he queues. Once he is not on, people are gonna. I'm not really sure what people are gonna do, honestly. Like, they're probably gonna look at the biggest EU streamer and try to see if they can Q snipe the biggest EU streamer at the time. That's about it. Might create some community in that sense. But that's kind of what happened. What? Dude, it might be glitched. Either someone is actually dodging or the queue is glitched, because it has dodged at the exact same time twice now. Do you have the option to not use elite queue? Yeah, you do. But if you go for the old rank queue, the one that's just called like normal conquest queue, or like a, I don't know, what is it called? Ranked conquest? If you just go for the rank conquest queue, you will get lower SR if you have the elite one unlocked. Because you're just gonna meet people that are much lower skill level than you. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like overall, I think the system is good. The problem is the low player count. There's simply not enough people to make the elite queue work. Not yet. In a closed alpha of Smite, where there's only what like 1,000 people playing overall, dude, that's nothing. So like 5% of those people are maybe gonna have that queue unlocked, and those 5 people would also have, or like 5% people would also then have to queue at the same time. It just doesn't work with the low player count at the moment. There's nothing wrong with the system itself, I think. We'll see if this queue pops, because now it's been dodged twice. I'm assuming 2 people have gotten Deserter, meaning there's a chance that we might not have enough people to actually get the queue now. I'll just have to wait and see. It sucks too. I got armor, dude. I want to play armor. Finally something new I can play in solo. After 3 weeks. But, yeah. I mean, I guess for these queues, if we're gonna have the ranked stuff unlocked, I'm just gonna turn on the in-game. Where is it? Oh, it's gotta be audio, right? Yeah, voice chat. I'll turn it on. Probably won't have. The reason why I don't have my voice on though is because I use shift to level up stuff. Maybe I can change the push to talk button somewhere. Yes, okay, thank God. I'll use control instead. Because I use the push my shift button to level up my abilities. So that complicates things. Heard Inga comes to bad right now. Make people sound garbled. Garbled? Yeah, sub 200 people have it in a year right now. It's tough, man. And since the Nika queue is ongoing now, like it shouldn't go more than 4 minutes. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna pop. Not enough people are in this queue. So, normally if I wasn't streaming, I would just wait for him to finish the game and then queue. But because I'm streaming myself, I need to get it going, right? I'll give it 30 more seconds just for copium's sake and hope the queue pops. If it doesn't pop, I'm gonna queue for the other one. Otherwise, I'm just never gonna play today. It is a little sad that the elite queue is as dead as it is. Alright. Yeah, because let's see. Arena, Elite Conquest, Conquest. Yeah, Rank Conquest, Normal Conquest. I guess there's too many game modes, man. There are too many game modes for people right now. On the bright side of things, at least the normal Conquest here, or the Ranked Conquest mode isn't dead. There's still a pretty decent amount of people queuing that, especially in solo queue. You tend to get a queue in exactly 16 seconds. Don't ban Armor, please. I want to play Armor or against Armor so I can get used to Armor, alright? I don't think I can go into training mode while I wait. I think because it counts as different game mode, doesn't it? Maybe it doesn't. Dude, why are people banning Armor? You've barely dealt with it. Stop banning it. You don't even know if she's good or not. No. I could try Bacchus and see if he's still good in solo. I mean, he definitely still is. He definitely still is. He's just not going to be as good as he was before. Oh, that's what you mean? Yeah, but like, sitting in... I don't know how long that game's going to take, that's the thing. Like, sitting in training mode for potential like 40 minutes, like Nick had just got into a game, so sniping this queue might not happen for a while. That's why I'm just doing this instead. I'm not a big fan of just waiting when I stream. I actually want something to just... yeah, I'll just do something else. I need something to happen. Waiting is all I do off stream. I can wait as long as needed. Could play chess. I don't know if I want to play chess. I'm bad at chess. But you are right. I could play chess. We can play. I want to make you look stupid or anything. Dude, this sounds like you're gonna make me look stupid though. That's like when like their professional friend is asking like someone to play, let's play football. It's not like I'm not gonna beat you that bad. Like you're gonna be just fine, and they fucking trash you. They just want to play. I think I'll pass. They're just gonna destroy me. I also don't like chess that much. It's kind of boring. I liked it as a kid, oddly enough. I liked it as a kid, but I don't really like it as an adult. Wait, Sayo? Is that the same Sayo? Like Sayo from all the way, like pre-launch Smite Sayo? That's a name that just rung a bell in my head. Time is control is interesting enough. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Oops, that's not what I want. I mean, I probably need Sunder as Bacchus still. And it's probably still the best, to be fair. Unfortunately. What am I against? Mordred? Let's do this instead. And now that Chalice is fixed, this is actually kind of a nice start.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Is this Elite Ranked? No,
Yes.
it wasn't. I got into 2 Elite Ranked games and they were both dodged and then the next queue did not pop. So I decided just to go for this one instead. How does Elite Ranked work? It's just a different queue. There's a different queue that you can go for, and then it works the same as any other queue. You just queue for that one instead. Problem is, it's very dead unless you queue snipe Nico. Because there's enough people to get a game going, but not enough people that play all the time in the elite queue for you to just get a few minutes queue. It's very dead. What do you mean by split MMR?
Opportunity is knocking. You hold the key.
I just not do a lot of damage, yeah. It's not bad though, like Sunder is definitely still good at level 1. I lost 1 minion. Like MR for normal rank players, MR for elite. All I know is that if you queue, like if you have the elite one available and you're queuing for the normal one, you just won't get as much for winning. That's about all I know. And to enter the elite one, you need like 3.2k MR to even have the queue available to you.
Enemy missing middle.
Yeah, the elite one unlocks at 3.2k, so. Damn it. Dude, so often do I meet a solo laner and they have red buff. Why do they have red buff? Why do I have to deal with it? And why do you have this? That's not yours.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful right. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing right.
Come here. Get him, Sunder. Get him. No, dude. Sunder sucks. Nothing is time Sunder gets buffed.
I'm getting into some of this Smite diesel. Slay an enemy. Center blocked.
Dude, I'm not laughing, I swear. It's not me. It's the bug.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Be careful.
No! Oh, please get him. You gotta get him, man. Oh, dude, no. I knew Neath was gonna ult. I was just hoping it wasn't gonna be on me. I'm sad. I actually expected to die in that exchange. I just really wanted Mordred with me. And I was hoping Susano could pick him up. I'm not sure how he didn't, to be honest.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh well.
I'm getting into some of this Smite diesel. An ally has been
I'll have a much easier time when I finish Mystical Mail. Right now, it's kind of tragic.
I'm getting into some of this Smite diesel.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right. I will be your shield.
Okay, dude.
Face me.
Enemy missing right.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under
It's not going well for my team so far.
Things are about to get heavy.
That's fine. I wanted to make sure I at least got Loki, even if it meant dashing into the tower or jumping into the tower. I could not risk not dying or dying and not getting Loki with me there. That's definitely a risky call. I respect the balls though, but I think they just kind of get gold for free now. Nuwa, Ymir not doing so hot right now.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left.
You cooked the Jing build, by the way? Nice, man. I believe in the Jing builds. I missed. Damn it! Damn it, Loki! Why you got the blink?
Enemy missing middle.
Has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
Let's yoink his buff here.
I may or may not be big.
I think once I have more protection, I will be able to carry this game.
Your right tower.
I believe. Maybe I should be leveling my 3 actually in this case, against the Loki.
Enemy incoming. Be careful left.
I may or may not be big.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful left.
I feel like I'm definitely gonna get visited soon. I thought my ult was gonna be enough to kill. That's unfortunate. I didn't go this way.
An ally has been slain.
I just went for it.
Is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
So we just don't seem to be doing our buffs a whole lot here, team. I'll yoink this though. It's good on me.
An ally has been slain. Be careful in the jungle.
Aw, that sucks.
An ally has been slain.
No, he just got back.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing middle. Attack.
Your right tower is under attack. I may or may not be big. An ally has been slain.
It is not looking good on the opposite side of the map.
Things are about to get heavy.
Let me make it. Tower, survive.
I'm getting into
I'm not too sure how much Soul really hurt there. I don't really look, but there was also a lot of minions. I'm pretty sure ended up tanking. That adds to the equation there.
enemy missing left.
I was hoping for a bit of a faster game so I can kind of
Incoming.
snipe the Q,
Slain.
the elite Q. Don't think that's happening though.
Elysium will welcome you.
I almost screwed that one up.
Goodbye. Ultimate is ready.
Should have just waited with my jump till I had a bit of a better idea of where she was going.
Psycho! Your left tower is under attack.
We need ward, please.
Dude, Susano just dashed, just dashed through him. I'm catching up. Yeah, I mean they're just doing gold. We have too many people over here.
Cancel that. Cancel that.
The level 9 Ymir wants to do fire. I don't think that's a good call, my dude. I think that is kind of terrible. We cannot do that.
Middle lane.
My soldiers will lead us to victory.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We need wards. Group up.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm winning this no matter how much I'm gonna... Yeah, no matter how much I'm gonna do. It does seem like the only one who kind of knows how to play the game on this... on a decent level here is... potentially Hekate. Okay.
I shall protect you. It's me! Not politicians. Feel the sting of my desire.
Damn it! Ah. So it's kind of getting dark in here. Let's turn some light. If my team surrendered, then they did. I was about to say, I probably wouldn't mind if they surrendered, because I feel like it's kind of looking a little joker. I can't kill their whole team by myself. Like, maybe full late game as Bacchus, sure, whatever, maybe. But, yeah. Let me do, try the elite queue again. Let's see that they're out, so hopefully. Alright. I'll try the elite queue and see if it works out. If not, then maybe it's time to end the stream. Yeah, looks like Nick has done. I'm not sure who else. Solo queuing, yeah, you can. I mean, you can 5-man queue, but otherwise it's only duo queue and solo queue. Um, let's see. Is there? Does anyone know? Is there any other like bigger EU streamer going at the moment that is a potential person that you can snipe? Oh, found a match. You're fourth in the world. Nice, man. The thing is, now that Nika isn't playing anymore, maybe the elite queue might be better because everyone is actually just queuing at their own leisure rather than only when he queues. So maybe we're good. Maybe it's not cooked. People paraban Fenrir. It's because he's broken, Gabu. He's broken. You know it, number one Fenrir. You know it. He's broken. This queue is so fucked. Been in queue for 4 hours every time it pops. 4 hours? Yeah, someone dodge and then they don't get in. It does seem like there might be a dodging problem. I want to see again. Before this, the same thing happened. Once it gets down to their fourth player, it dodged for me twice in a row. Let's see if it happens again. Just get Divine and Brawler and he's gone. Well, I'm not too sure. It's not just the healing. He just does so much damage and the ultimate is hard to deal with. I think Fenrir is easier to deal with once you have like a good Ares or I don't know. When you have communication, I think he's a bit easier to deal with. Also, Divine and Brawler still suck, don't they? At least I thought they did. Were they buffed? Yeah, I think Fenrir ult is better in Smite 2 than it was in Smite 1. You can also just insta-bite people. You can just press 4 and insta-bite. Before, it felt like you had to go through the animation before you could bite. I felt like it was, yeah. The insta-grab is just not cool, man. Morrigan, huh? I feel like we don't see a whole lot of Morrigan. Yeah, I don't actually know what they should nerf on Fenrir, to be honest. I don't know what I would nerf on Fenrir. I do feel like the insta-grab needs to go. Maybe that's it. I think the insta-grab and the amount of healing he gets on Brutalize is a bit much. I will admit, I do think it's a bit much. I don't think you should heal 30% on the wave while brutalizing. That doesn't seem fair. That's kind of cooked. Alright, let's do this start again. I've still only played Amma once, because she's not being let through in all my other games. And the one time I did get her, it was a dodge, so this is still very new. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, we heal just makes no sense, yeah. Smell 1 is just a thing for splash autos. It was, yeah. It just only affected his autos. Like, it's kind of like how Cardinals works now. Like, Cardinals 1 doesn't make your 2 heal more, right? It's not overall lifesteal, it's just healing on hit. And like, same thing with Bologna's. Bologna's also just heal on hit. But Fenris right now just gives him, it just ups his lifesteal overall, which is so powerful. I think that's fine too if it's just on autos, but it shouldn't be... It shouldn't work for the rest of his kit. That's just my opinion on it. I don't think they should nerf his damage. I think the damage is fine. I think they should nerf the amount of healing he is able to do. The healing is just straight up broken, and then they need to fix the bite. I think the bite should not be instant. It's actually unpredictable. It should not be unpredictable.
I got a mid.
Yo yo.
Anyone comes by the way, or just me?
No. No.
It's very quiet for me, but I am here.
Your future looks bleak.
Panic him.
Enemies have returned to base.
Yes.
Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
You are impressive.
Enemy spotted. Bleeding.
man.
Bleeding.
Gaze into the mirror. Attack the middle lane.
I missed.
Sorry. Your right tower is under attack.
I gotta get used to how fast the 2 is, man. The 2 is so fast. I'm legitimately not used to that. I'm taking too much poke from Mori as well.
Completed.
I'll also need to turn this up way more.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing that.
Morrigan's passive damage is insane.
Retreat!
I actually cannot deal with Ella's armor right now.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down! Stand together! To the mirror!
Tragic.
Enemies incoming.
It's still kind of hard to tell sometimes when Morgan uses her stealth.
Challenge me!
Enemy missing. Ultimate is ready.
Painkiller here.
Enemy missing right.
Amy here.
Be careful right.
Enemy missing left!
I don't want it back yet. I need 80 gold.
Gaze into the mirror! Behold!
I reset that, please.
Damn it. You're welcome for the kill, man. I would have had him too.
An enemy has been slain. Thanks.
Actually yoinked. It was perfectly timed. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't for that kill either, but... That's funny.
Stand together! On my way! Attack! Challenge me! Enemy ultimate down!
My way.
Ares, you gotta mirror the enemies.
I can't believe she didn't die to that. What the fuck, man? I was 1000% sure she was gonna die, and I was not gonna die.
Ah, for real, you have to listen, please.
No. I want. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm getting this.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn. I also missed my 2 again, which I need to stop doing, because it does so much damage. I should never be losing this matchup.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way! Stand together!
Oh, not cool, man.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
You cannot comprehend us!
Enemies have returned to base.
Dude, I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
Has been slain.
I also don't. How is he faster than me in my damn one? I am so sad. He should never have gotten away. If I had like Sunder, my ult, anything up, man, he should have been dead. I'm slightly salty about that.
How did you guys?
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an enemy. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Amma definitely feels weird. I don't know. I'm not sure how I like her so far. I think her 2 feels good. Her 1 feels honestly straight up bad. Especially the movement speed it gives. I feel like I'm not fast at all. Like, not even a little bit.
Maybe you have to gank the Morgan.
I'll attack the fire.
Hmm.
Has arrived.
Do we have a jungler? Like, I feel like we don't right now. Man. Am I waiting for this?
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
She sure he doesn't have a mana. Dude, I feel like Vamana's gonna be bad. He is.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Vamana's not gonna be good.
Ward the gold fury.
Dude, I have my 2 activated right now. How much movement speed does this give? It feels like it's nothing. And I can't tell, because I can't look up at the info, because it's glitched for me.
An ally has been slain.
Why do we have a Bacchus jungle, though?
Ultimate is down.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, we have pretty good late game, I would say. If we had late game team fighting, our combo's kind of nice.
Tower has been destroyed.
What is she building anyway? Breastplate. Blech. Oh, it's Dutch. I didn't realize.
Neat. Nah, we both have what's on.
An ally has been slain. On my way.
We kind of gotta go in before. Ares is just sitting in mid. We gotta actually attack here if we want to fight. What are you attacking me for, huh?
Enemy missing left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, getting 3 felt much better.
Enemy missing left.
Like, I'm 2 levels behind. I'm not really sure how, to be honest. I mean, they've gotten gold and shit, but still.
Enemies in left lane. Cannot comprehend us.
Your future
Ultimate is ready.
Morgan passive is still actually broken. It does so much damage. It is nuts. I mean, me just tanking creeps there also doesn't really help. But I do not know what to build. Armor feels really weird. Attack speed would be nice, but it doesn't give any power. Void Shield would be nice as well. I think I'll do Void Shield first. It feels like it makes the most sense.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Oh, okay.
Attack the Gold Fury.
yes.
Feel my strength. Set up an ambush.
Coming.
Gank.
Dude, fuck the speed buff. Go gold, man.
An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy. Attack the Gold Fury.
I kept Sunder because I want to save it for fire. It was close. I would have Sunder if I think we couldn't have secured it, but still. I'm getting some attack speed. No, we're getting some stuff here. That's good.
Be right back.
Actually, just getting a little bit of attack speed already made her feel so much better.
Stand together.
Enemies in the right jungle. Your right tower is under attack.
I did not need to go all the way in, but I really wanted to try and get the kill. Because the Neath all the Nuwa ults are always yoinking my kills here.
Attack fire
Attack
giant!
the left lane! Attack! The fire giant!
Holy moly, what the fuck?
Completed! Be right back!
Face the enemy!
Yes!
We're on top side.
Stand together!
Slayed an enemy.
Hey there.
Ultimate is ready!
One's down.
Battle, my children! Handle me!
Yeah, I got scared that the Naga was gonna catch my dash. I did.
Enemy missing.
On my way! Enemy missing! Be careful! Group up!
Ultimate is ready.
Okay. Left lane! Attack! Attack! Attack the left lane! Be right back!
Holy moly, one shot. Damn.
Been slain.
Keep them guessing. Retreat! Be right back. Be careful.
No, I was looking for just one laser back.
Ward the fire giant.
Enemies have
He's
returned.
edge on the gold.
Okay. I'll attack right lane. Don't worry.
Screw up, get a power here. Right, down fire, down fire.
I'll attack.
Where's my Amy?
Yeah, we're nowhere near.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Interesting, why do we back here?
Better than below. Feel my strength.
Dude, what was that healing, man? Was that the... Yeah, that's the Phoenix thing. Dude, he just healed so much with that.
Attack the gold fury. Attack.
If they come in, we just leech it.
An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
Of my desire.
Chase the enemy. Attack the right lane.
Bit of a mess.
Return to base.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Chase the enemy.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready. Rampage. Nice job. You have slain an enemy.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in right lane.
I need to get the rep off here. No.
Thanks.
What's the Nuwa build? You can see it here.
Attack fire group
Enemies
up.
in right lane.
It's that one.
Enemies in right lane.
Stand together.
You can chase her.
Yes.
Enemy missing.
I just get power then.
Wait.
Stand together.
Retreat. Ultimate is
Enemy
down.
spotted. Ultimate is ready.
Full power.
The tunnel's very low.
Fire giant.
Ultimate is down.
Come on.
Giant.
No.
Neith, can you do ADC things, please? Hit the objective.
Ymir's in front.
Be right back. I'm building
Ultimate
stacks.
is ready.
I'll defend.
Enemies in right
Enemies in
lane.
right lane.
On my way.
Go from the other side. So let's see it. Come,
Ah, they caught me. Damn, Morgan was stealth there as well.
So,
Has been slain. Your right phoenix is under
I know we
attack.
didn't. That's crazy.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, the fact that we felt like we needed to back was a bad idea. Saul was just wanting one of us to go back.
Okay. You are save yourself.
That's just crazy. Ah, she didn't even need to ult you, huh? Neith, what's going on?
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Not a lot to build for my last year. Also, I'm feel now it's just max level. Like most front lines, I guess, you don't feel very tanky, but I'm also not going for a super good build here, I think. I'm just trying out different stuff.
Defend the gold fury. Set up an ambush. Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Like, I wouldn't normally build this stealth item. I just think it's something fun, and she does well with intelligence. So
Group up.
Enemy missing. Attack the gold fury.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Go on, go on, go on, go on.
but I am trying to play the game by pressing buttons, but they're not going on. I'm just dead. Somehow not dead.
Stand
Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
I need to finish this as well. I think Amma feels alright. I actually feel like she feels pretty balanced, oddly enough. That's just first impressions, so she could be broken as hell or garbage, but first impressions is she's actually not that bad, and not that like, well, I guess not that bad in a unbalanced way.
Enemies have returned to base.
Nuwa, on the other hand, is kind of just like her Smite 1 like version, I guess.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
When they're done with relics, we could just get the gold here and kill them after. Come on, just group.
Group up. Group up.
Need charge ult. Kill him here, kill him here.
An ally has been slain.
I have to back, Amy.
Good luck.
Stand together.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Challenge me. I'll attack.
Amy back, go left.
Ward, please.
No vision, she went stealth.
Defend left lane. Good luck. Defend left lane.
Our right lane is pushing pretty heavily, so that's good. Been a queue for 18 minutes. Yeah, it's the elite queue is not good.
Fire giant.
The fire giant.
Ward the gold fury.
Attack the right lane.
I have ult, we have Neef ult. Just pick the soul.
Okay.
Neef, get ready to ult.
Yes.
Neef, ult the soul.
On my way. On my way.
Attack fire. Battle might kill you.
I cannot tank anymore.
Come to me, ambush.
Your team has destroyed a middle
My
enemy tower.
many accomplishments.
Come here. Susanna. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're doing, Ares. Why are you walking up like this?
I mean, the problem is the lack of communication here, right?
Like, you're literally inviting them to get a free pick on me. Like, use your brain, please.
It's fine, we just gotta be on the same page.
I vote, Amy go in. Kill the Morrigan. Or the Hecata.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate.
Enemies behind you. An ally has been slain. Good luck. Your middle tower.
Yeah, it's the classic uncertainty of ranked, where people just kind of, they try to do their own shit sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like, what Ares was doing wasn't necessarily bad, but nobody being able to follow up on what Ares was doing was bad. That's just because the rest of us weren't on the same page. Somehow my game crashed. Weird. I wasn't even doing anything. I was dead. That's so weird. But not good, because I think we kind of need me in these team fights. Yeah, sprint the queue is a terrible idea. It is. You need to have the player base to support that, and they don't. Or Smite 2 just doesn't have that right now. I'm gonna need that Smite 2 loading to get in real fast here. Because I'm pretty sure I'm back alive, and I have been for a little while. Okay. Okay. I guess they ended the game. In that time. Damn it, dude. Did I not get anything for this? Dude. Did I not get anything? I didn't get anything for that. No, they ended while I was crashed. Smite 2. Dude. Damn. Fuck me in the ass and call me Joe. Damn it. What a shitty ass time to crash. And it was while I was spectating Bacchus, man. I didn't even do anything. I was sitting AFK. I was dead. What a nightmare. How much did I lose for that? Did I lose something for that? What the fuck do I tell? Dude. Can you not tell anymore? I'm just deity. You're 5 seconds too late with queuing. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, yeah, I mean, you might be right. The people who were in my game might have been the reason why you got into a game. I might restart my game anyway real fast. I'm gonna restart my game and then do one last, whether it's a elite queue or just another smaller queue. Overall consensus on Amma though, I think Amma is good, but I feel like she's very balanced. Maybe it's just me. It's hard to tell in just like in a rank game, right? But yeah. Never locking Mori again. Mori is so dominant early though. Her link clear in solo is super good. I can't believe Neef or Nuwa kept yoinking my kills though. And Mori is still bugged. Yeah, I wish I could play more Mori, but she's just so fucking glitched. I guess I am just deity and nothing else. There's nothing in between. I am deity. It's fine. I can check it here. It's all good. For some reason, I am deity. So here you go, guys. Right here, very first deity. This is where I am. See, the proof is behind my camera actually. You guys can see. See, it says I'm here, right? This is the proof that I am deity. Otherwise, it would be over here with obsidian. So anyway, I lost so much for that. Dude, did I lose 100? Is that what I lost? It can't have been, right? No, that was the other game before as well. The Ares game, I think. Thought they fixed it, but it seems not. I wish they would fix more against ult. I haven't played her since the last patch, or I haven't played her today. But more, if I ult on Morrigan, I crash. It's been a problem for a while. It wasn't a problem in the beginning. Like, I'm rank 3 on Morrigan. I've played her a pretty decent amount. But for some reason now, I can't ult on her. I crash every single time. I'll give this Q 3 minutes. If it doesn't pop, I'll go for the other Q. Because I'm only going to do one more game. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to take my shot at the other Q. As annoying as it is. I lost both my elite games though. They're both also on Amaterasu. It's tragic. I actually even lost, yeah, I even lost my normal, just my other rank, in the other rank queue. Oh yeah, the other one wasn't Amma. Dude, what was my first Amma game? What happened? Oh, this is the first Amma game. Never mind. Yeah, this one. That Amma game and that Amma game. Overall, I think this was a good game. I had fun with it. I don't think my teammates did though. Oh man. I'm on copium. I wanted it to pop, so I took it a bit longer, but I'll give it its last 15 seconds to hit 5 minutes. And if it hasn't popped, I'm going for the other one. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Ranked conquest it is. It's gonna pop in less than 20 seconds, probably. I feel like it does most of the time when you solo queue. Not this time, though. Not today. What about Ducky? Is Ducky doing the big elite queues? Or is he not? I'm actually gonna cancel here real fast. I see him he just got out of game. Dude, I just want to do elite games. I don't even care about the winning part of it. I just want to get into fun games. Man. Maybe the people from his queue is queuing again? I'm gonna try. I'll give it a minute. Yeah, okay. Alright, thank God. Am I going to know anyone, though? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm gonna need a win, though. Damn. No bans on the sync, man? Alright. Finally, I can deal with Amma. Usually, I feel like it's easier to tell if someone is OP when you have to deal with it yourself, rather than playing it. Dude, sync. Are you AFK or not, man? You better not dodge my rank games. Did this dude queue and then go AFK? Is this what happened? Dude, sync, you motherfucker, man. Dude, of all the people, my own teammate. My own teammate dodged the game, man. Yeah, Bacchus is still quite good. He's not as OP as before, but he is still good. I'm not really sure I would call him broken. I don't know. I feel like I need to see more. But I mean, he probably still is the best like guardian in the game or support. He's not the best solo, I think, though. I think he's a good solo, though. I could be wrong, though. He could still be really good. Yeah, Sing didn't even know he was in game because the queue is so long. Uh, I called him a skunk. Come on, Q. Come on. I assume most people from the last queue queued again. Why has it not popped yet? It's rough out here in the elite queue. Off stream, I will definitely stick to casuals. I do not think I'll be playing the elite ranked conquest in my own time. That seems like a waste of time. I can't carry you in casuals. That's not gonna get you anywhere. I mean actual casuals. Because now they fixed arena, so you get the actual amount of worshippers you're supposed to get. So now you can actually spam arena and just get worshippers. So I might have to try and go for that radiant mode right now. By spamming arena. I probably will not be spamming arena, because arena is super boring to me, but it's something. So one game off Neath, but haven't gotten a single game as mid from the 4A queued. Fair enough. I'm about to lose my mind from all this waiting. All this waiting makes me think, and when I think, I realize I don't want to think. I'm gonna queue for something else again. Because I was betrayed by Sync. I'm going back to ranked conquest. This queue better pop in less than a minute. I do not know what to pick though. I'm lost. I have reached the point of my Smite 2 career here where I don't feel like playing anything specific, which is sad. I like the Mordred a lot, but I have lost like my honeymoon period with him. I still enjoy him, but I enjoy him in the same way that I enjoy like Odin at this point. Hey Lobster, good to see you, man. Ymir, I mean I played a lot of Ymir in the beginning, but I just think Ymir is a bit boring as well now. Like all my favorites just aren't here yet. Like Vamana, Apollo, Hebo, Ra. That's all my favorites, man. They're not here. Unironically, my most played god in all of Smite 1 is here, which is on her, but I don't think this on her is as fun to play. Just because of the Impale feeling weird. Impale jump and Paler still feels weird. I'm banning. I'm banning Fenrir. I also really love Morrigan. That's another problem I have. Because I can't play her, she's gonna crash. I could try this game to see if it still does it. If it still crashes me every time I ult, but I don't want to do that in the ranked game. I'll try her in like an arena or a conquest game. Casual conquest, I should say. To see if I can still get crashed, but it's just so unfun, man. It's so unfun. Didn't crash watch my casual game. Let's try ranked. Alright. Have fun. Hopefully you won't crash. I hope. I cross my fingers for you, Benji. Let's do Arma again. Let's do Arma again. I gotta figure out if he's good or not. Even though I feel like I have a general consensus on if she is or not. I just think she is. I don't know. Let's put her up against some of the better solos right now. Would she win against Odin? No. But that's also kind of a known bad matchup for her in the first place. Does she win against Ymir? No. No, she does not win against Ymir either. Kind of for the same reason as Odin, I think. You can wall her off pretty easily. Not to mention her ult. I wonder how that works with her, the big spin now. Can you wall off the big spin? Guess we'll find out eventually. I think she beats someone like Hades. I think she beats someone like Bellona. Well, Bellona actually might just be a 50-50 matchup. It might just be a stalemate matchup. 5 games is still not mid. It do be like that sometimes. Dude, what am I against? Why am I not meeting melee characters when I'm playing Amma, huh? What am I against here, Nuwa or Hecate? I don't know if I like her Radiant skin that much. Why does she look wet? Like, why does her clothing look so wet on that skin? Yeah, look at this, the opal one. This looks like clothing. And then once again, it looks wet. It looks like goo. I don't know if I like that. Really, guys? Really? Sink and Taylor? Are you shitting me, guys? Dude, I'm not gonna win anything today. I think I have to accept that. I'm not gonna win today. I'm pretty sure, have I even won a game today? Yes, I did. I did win the super tryhard Mordred game I had to kind of log in for. I did win a game, actually. That is crazy. I can't believe I won a game today. It was like one of my first games. But I am on a little bit of a losing streak right now.
Minions have spawned.
Defend right lane.
Ares is here.
Defend right lane.
Dude, my teammates don't know what's up and down. And I'm against... Oh, this is not good. Ares. I'm not sundering this.
Defend right lane.
Dude, why do people like this play ranked?
Defend right lane.
You don't know what's up and down. Why you? Why did you press the rank button? Learn the game first.
To the mirror.
He finally realized. Better late than never, right? At least Jingwei hasn't died over there yet. That's kind of nice. Hmm. I did kind of take the chance of hoping that her minion explosion wasn't broken early enough to just kind of one-shot me there. Because there's no way I was killing the minions. This is not the elite queue. This is just a normal rank queue. I gave up on the elite queue for now. Because I only have time for one more game. And the elite queue just wasn't... it wasn't happening. The one game I got into was dodged, and then I waited 5 minutes, and then I was like, no, I'm just gonna queue for a normal ranking.
Gank right.
Attack. Better leave him alone.
Okay. Slay an enemy. You have been slain. That's too bad.
That sucks.
Your
I feel like I actually should have survived there if I didn't run into Loki. Because if I hadn't run into Loki and he wouldn't have gotten his auto on me, then I died to red buff, I would have been able to dash out in only a few... Well, just the 1 second actually. I had my dash back out.
tower is under attack.
A bit of an oopsie on my part. But at least I did get her. And she beats, I'm pretty sure.
Please.
An enemy has left the game. Your middle tower is under attack.
Is it Athena mid? No, it's not. Okay, I was confused for a second. Hecate's mid.
Cancel that.
I do hope Loki comes back though.
Battle, my children.
I would like just a somewhat normal game
An ally has been slain.
in this case.
Right lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Even if I end up losing. I just don't want to win for free.
Stand together. Enemy retreat. Retreat.
These damn minions.
Challenge me.
Attack.
A little bit of a whoopsie missing my two there. They need to do the auto Nuwa. What do you mean?
Retreat.
I'm trying to win. This poor Ares is also so confused. Like, he's the most confused player I've seen in a while. He does not know what's happening.
Retreat.
Cancel that.
I need to back.
Gank right lane. An enemy has been slain.
Now, I do not know what I want to build at all on armor in terms of magic defense. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that. For now, I'll just do Genji's, just for cooldown. I think Genji's is nice, but Smite is a place where people are supposed to be nice to each other, not bully and steal each other's buffs. Ah, I think everyone is playing the game wrong,
Gank middle lane.
if that's the case.
Stand together.
I believe you, though. She has red buff. Yeah, I mean she has rip buff too. Like she's stealing buffs. So as you can tell, she's also playing the game wrong. I'm just playing by her own rules.
Challenge me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stand together.
An ally has been slain.
Gaze into the mirror.
Getting frightened.
Battle my children.
Attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Not sure why Sync didn't move. What has become?
Your left tower.
Huh? Why did we win? What happened? What happened? What? I'm so confused. What happened? Why did they surrender? Did they surrender? Did the game glitch? How long was this game? Were you even able to surrender yet? I don't think I've ever been this confused since Smite 2. What happened? Oh, Loki was still. Oh, yeah, never mind. I know why they surrendered. Loki wasn't back yet. I forgot. All right. I mean, unsatisfying as this last game was, that's gonna be it for me for now. I gotta go make some food, and pretty soon walk the dog and all that stuff. So yeah. Not gonna lie. General consensus on the patch. Nice balancing, but the elite queue sucks ass. It does. It's terrible. If it works, great. But it's dead. So, alright. Thank you guys.